Oh mein Gott, this is ein cave full of blunt smoking! Fortnite und Coca-Cola! Yippee! Hi, Kuni. Oh, encounters in it. Hi, Oz. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Hi. Let's switch over to the game right away. Let's go. He. We're gonna be continuing. Yes. Oh, I'm excited. I am very excited. Where we left off, we convinced Harebrain to let go of his hypothesis so we can save his goddamn life. So we're crushing his dreams. That's the last thing I remember. Oh, and they were gonna bring a new witness. But we have another day for investigating, so that's what we're gonna do. Also, Susato's back! Yeah! Susato's back! That's another thing I remember. Look at her! My daughter! Ah, I miss you, even though it's only been a case. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know you when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months. It's true. Miss Sus is back. So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference call. The International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. Eh? I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Susato. Back in Britain. So are we gonna tell her that Giselle is dead? Or is she gonna tell us that Giselle is dead? or what? When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. Curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think many mustaches could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. A very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a writing of a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, it turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then?
Yeah, I want to know too.
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh! Susie! That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that in Symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan. My father and Judge Jikoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jikoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten.
It's him!
That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder.
Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jikoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed on me going on ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. Judge Hell? Oh, wait, that's right. Doesn't Jikoku mean hell? I think it was mentioned. I think there was mentioned that before. I think it was a reference to, like, you know how, like, King Enma decides on who goes to hell and who doesn't. I think it's he, like, judges who's worthy of, like, who gets to go to hell and who doesn't get to go to hell. I think it's maybe a reference to that. I could be wrong. That's just me guessing. His design is based off Enma? Oh, then maybe I'm not wrong. Hi! Hello! Welcome, welcome. We just started.
I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. That's an interesting way to put it. Lost the will to live.
Not trying for you.
Lost the will to live.
Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett
didn't actually exist? What? Dissociated through a conversation. Yeah. What do you mean she's not supposed to exist? Is it a fake name? Was she stealing someone's identity? Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Sheen, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. A. Shin? Nobody knows why, or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. Asa Shin? Oh, is she... Oh my god, was she an assassin? Oh shit, was she an assassin? Was she sent to kill John H. Wilson then? Is that what... Is that the reason why she killed him? It was a hit? Oh. Oh. I mean, knowing Ace Attorney names, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. We'll see what the truth is, but I feel like that could be the case. A hit woman, yeah. I feel like it could be likely, because we never really found out the motive behind her murder. So, like, it could be. Wasn't John Wilson on that weird kiss we saw at the end of the last game? Oh yeah, he was like, oh, you don't think that was a hit list? Oh no. Oh no. Wait, who else was in that hit list? I know Kazuma and Wilson was in it. Gregson was also in it. Shinny the Killer! No! She has nothing to do with Shelly. She is not the killer. How dare you! How dare you sully that honorable assassin lineage! The killers weren't racist! She's here to break your shins. That's how she kills you. She breaks your shins. That's her specialty. That's her secret move. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? You're pretty sure that the killers are Japanese? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. To be fair, Shelly the Killer does have a very, you know, butler-esque appearance. Like, it wouldn't surprise anyone if he said he was maybe British. The killer name in Japanese was Koroshiya. Oh, that's a cool sounding name, actually. I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Murder! And now she's been killed. Good riddance! She will not be missed, I assure you. All the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Ah, Shin. Who on earth was she? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Wait, was that name also in the list? Well, boys, we did it. Shinny the Killer is no more. It would be cool to see the Killers referenced in this game, but I doubt we will see them. What about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. Oh yeah, this guy! I know the truth! I know you had a hand in what went on! In that visiting student's fate! Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it! They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship! And that he'll never... How did he find that out, actually? I'm very curious about how he came across that information. He must be really good at his job, because he just seems like a regular reporter, you know? But he must have some very good connections, because I feel like he stumbled across something that he shouldn't have. Ah, Shin, Here we go again. We're getting into some deep shin. Listen. That guy did murder. He's a vigilante ace attorney. Does that mean that Sholmes lied about Kazuma being Deado? But he was very justifiable. He was very justifiable. I feel like had he not tried to pin the crime on a young girl, I would be completely on his side. 100%. But, you know, he tried to get Rei accused of murder to save himself. So, and that's no bueno. He should be, I will arrest him for that. Not for the murder. The murder was justified. Does that mean Sholmes lied about Kazuma being Deado? I mean, I don't know how he could. I don't think Kazuma's alive, right? Well, I mean, I don't know. Cause like, cause it was an accident that he died, right? That's what I remember. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate on that. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. Yeah, he's dead. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage of Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Wait, should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived? Hello? It just disappeared. It disappeared? What? Kazuma's body vanished? They dropped it in the ocean! Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did someone steal his corpse? Why, though? Why would they? I mean, I guess to hide? Zombie Kazuma? No! No! I don't think there's zombie Kazuma. Maybe it's a secret ancient Kurain channeling technique. Tonight on Corpse Flippers! I would be genuinely very surprised if there's any mention of the Kurain channeling technique in this game. I 100% doubt it. But man, can you imagine someone that like they did the channeling technique on Kazuma? Wouldn't that be something? Sure, somebody needs a fresh body. Yeah, the Fae necromancy. Yeah, I don't think we'll see any Faes here. I don't think the Faes are a thing yet. Well, maybe they are, but not in this game. Like they're a thing in the universe, but probably will not appear at all. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. If they are, they wouldn't be called Fae, probably. We won't let that phase us. Hey! You can't see it, but I'm doing finger guns. They wouldn't be called Fae? Maybe. What's their Japanese name? I know Maya's Japanese name is Mayoi. I don't remember her Japanese last name, but I think her name was Mayoi. I just don't believe it. Ayasato? Okay, thank you. Thank you. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Eh? The Kazuma mystery. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Boria were definitely strange. Eh? I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? What? Is he... Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. Kazuma's alive! He's gotta be! He's gotta be! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Ooh, yeah. But Susato, if he's alive, that's a good thing, right? She wishes he was dead. She doesn't want all her mourning to be in vain. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Hey, it's those guys. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Shones was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. Maybe he lied. So, if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Shones... Mr. Shones had lied to us. Oh, what's that? What's that? Let me see that. That face. Kazuma-sama had a huge boner. Everyone knows you get a huge stiffy when you die. Sholmes lied to us. I wouldn't be surprised. Sholmes seems like... Sholmes is a very goofy character, but he also seems like he keeps a lot of secrets from us. Make that an emote. Maybe I'll make it a better Twitch.tv emote. Because I don't have, like... I already have, like, 2 emotes waiting in the back to be unlocked. But I can definitely upload that to bettertwitch.tv. So, Oz, I know... Can you send me that that screenshot in Discord later so I can upload it? Because it's a very funny emote. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. Sholmes did seem like the guy to be like, me? The murderer? I'm just a little guy. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. I'm just a little man. I'm just a little cat man. I'm just a funny little man. You're going to have beef with me? For shame. What fun is there in just telling everyone the answers when you can lead them to it instead? Sholmes probably. Yeah, that seems like a very Sholmes thing to do. Like, what's the fun in telling you all the answers when the real joy is experiencing it by figuring it out yourself? And then all these people are just having the worst possible time in their lives trying to figure it out. I'm just a little meow meow. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. Aw, yeah, I understand that feeling. I could give you the answers, but then we wouldn't have a game! Oh, Susato. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. The real answer was the friends we made along the way. The fly of despair! And then the game wouldn't be afoot. We should give her stuff. Can we give her anything? Does she say anything? This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it? Yes, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon. It's a crossbow. I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know. No, really? If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away. Quite confident, you say? Does that apple necessarily have to be on my head? And then she just doesn't elaborate. Let's see what she says about this. Mrs. Sato, do you see this? You have such great expectations in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. She can kill you. I mean, so can Ryunosuke. He does have a literal katana right by his side. They're both adept with weapons. Well, maybe Ryunosuke's not adept with the katana, but he has one. Okay, it doesn't seem like she says anything about anything else. Maybe the autopsy report? Nope. Just want to see what new info we can get. This? Nope. Sorry for all the flashing lights, by the way. And finally, this. She has to say something. There we go. About this paper, Mrs. Sato. Yes! It's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know? I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. Oh, is that a new sprite? That's so cute! Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of his terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And, of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend Lord Van Zieks as well. Your luck might not be stretching that far. Susato eats the green cloth. Susato, she can literally throw hands. I don't think she needs a weapon. That's true, yeah, you're right. She is pretty powerful for, how old is she? I think she's 16 or 15. Or, she's 16. Okay, she's pretty powerful for a 16-year-old. And then we have Iris, who is a super genius at 10. And then we have a Catboy. This guy. The victim. Shit. A funny little man. This weirdo. Gina. Gregsy. Wife. Italian man. This kid. The little heart accents in Susato and Iris' outfits. Yeah! I love these outfits. They're so cute. You heard me. I am 16 years old and I can and will bench your family. Iris' power is incomprehensible. Well, we talked about everything, so that must mean we can examine, right? Oh yeah, we can talk to Iris, probably. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. And Susato. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? That's right, she knew about it. Oh, it sounds so exciting! The Hound of the Baskervilles! I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me. How did you come to know it? Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! Oh, here we go. I'm only sorry that I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Carby like, women and women and women and women and women and women. Did I forget women? Sholmes is hiding something. Yes, he is. He's always hiding something. Very mysterious for a funny little cat man. Also, I love this music. It was completely by accident that I had came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. Oh! I don't know if you heard that, but there's been cars passing by all day playing really loud music. I don't know if you heard that, but it's been going on all day and it's making me angry. The music change. Women. A funny little cum jar. Oh yeah, that's right. You did not hear? Okay, good. Good. Then OBS is doing its job. No, the counters, you joke, but it's so true. Like, I hate this neighborhood so much because the people that drive by here have no consideration for, like, anyone. Because they just drive by really loud with, like, their tires burning the street and the engines revving and just playing loud music non-stop, and it's so annoying. And they don't care. They don't care at all, and it makes me angry. You also didn't hear? Okay, good. Oh, I have like a filter with OBS to hopefully prevent that being caught, but it's just kind of I can hear it, so it bothers me. I've been a little fed up with Puerto Rico, yeah. A lot of things have been going on here that just kind of make me wish I could leave. Like, yeah, I like it here. I was born here, I grew up here, but that doesn't mean I like the people sometimes, you know? It sounds so mean to say, but it's true. At the very least, this neighborhood is not great. Car mad at car. News at 11. I am mad at cars. Did you know that even though, despite my name, like, me being called Car, I refuse to learn how to drive a car? I don't know how to drive because I'm very, very scared of just the thought of driving a car. Like, even when I'm, like, in the passenger seat, I get car sick, like, almost immediately. I don't know what it is, but I just sit in the car and like a minute when driving, I already feel like I'm about to throw up. It's so awful. I have to like literally lie down all the way just to prevent myself from getting car sick. So I'm always like on my side or on my back in the car because otherwise I'm gonna feel nauseous. And it's without fail instant. And it wasn't always like that, but for like a long time it's been like that. Like I think it started around when I was in middle school that started happening. It showed you so many car safety PSAs in school, and instead of convincing you to make good choices behind the wheel, they convinced me to just never drive. Yeah. Although the funny thing about that though is that even though I don't want to learn how to drive a car or like learn how to drive, the thought has crossed my mind. What if I get a motorbike? I can see myself riding a motorcycle more than driving a car, even though I feel like a motorcycle is much more dangerous. Oddly enough, it is doable. It is possible because in my mom's side of the family, I have a lot of relatives that are actually bikers, and I told my uncle about it, and he just straight up said he's willing to like help me out with that. And I even like told my mom about it, and she's like, as long as you get a Harley, then it's okay. Because like that apparently that's one of the more safer bikes. Motorbike bike. I know a motorbike is even more dangerous, but I feel like that's more likely for me to use than a whole ass car. I'm scared of cars, man. Just get a tank. Me in a tank coming to your house. Bro, just teleport. I wish I could teleport! Oh my god, can you imagine how easier things would be if you could just teleport? I would teleport to everyone's houses and then steal your Coke. Good luck going home with groceries. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. Or I could get that little, you know, like that little cart thing that they put on the side of a motorcycle for like passengers. I could put my groceries in that. Grab each one and teleport back home with it. The groceries will follow you home like that Chef Boyardee. Car president trying to justify the fact that they won't drive a car. Listen. I know cars are safer, but imagine how cool I look. Imagine how cool I look. The car creature plops into your house, steals your coke, and pieces out. They are cool. I've actually been in one once when I was really little. Like I said, I have family members that are bikers, including my uncle. And my grandpa used to be one too. Like, he had to sell it after, like, he got too old to ride it. But he used to be a biker as well. Ironically enough, a lot of the bikers in my family were from my mom's side. And she was, like, the most, like, jittery person I know. But I guess she's used to it because she seems to have no issue with me learning how to, like, ride a motorbike. Which I find very ironic and funny. And bike, car, leather pants, and a vest. Hey. You know I would rock that look. I would so totally rock the leather look. Are you kidding me? I would look so good. I would look amazing. And you know it. Okay, we've been talking about this enough. Let me take a sippy really quick. Oh, I'm so glad you guys agree. Another non-binary parental figure. A street-looking biker than a leather biker? Maybe. I think I could pull off the biker look. I think I could pull it off. Alright, I'm already kind of stinky as it is. It was like, oh, thank you, Encounters. But no, I think I could do it. I really believe I could do it. Tell me you're a non-binary person who loves women without telling me car or motorcycle. One of these days, I don't know if I'll be able to do it right away, but I feel like that could be like a good New Year's resolution for next year, which is soon. It's like, I want to learn how to ride a motorbike. Whether I'll get one, that's another story. But I definitely want to try learning how to ride one. There's a lot of things I want to try learning how to do. Like, one is riding a motorbike. Two, it's less likely that I'll be able to do it, but it's something I've thought about wanting to do, is I want to learn how to make music. I feel like that's also something that everyone's thought about at least once. When I was little, I took guitar lessons, and I would have stuck with them, but the teacher that was giving the lessons in my school, he left my school to start his own little school separate from my elementary school. And I wanted to continue those lessons, but I forgot to ask where he was teaching, so I just never got to it, and I just never continued. And I feel sad, because I feel like it would have been nice to learn how to play an instrument. I've tried learning how to play instruments, and they never really stuck. I've tried learning guitar, I've tried learning piano, I've tried learning cuatro, and I tried like the flute. I've tried all sorts of instruments, but they never stuck with me. And it's sad, because I feel like if I just stuck with it, I could have gotten something. Trying OpenMPT. You have to import all the sounds, but it's super easy and fun to use and completely free. Oh, that does sound good. I'll try that. I will definitely try that, Encounters. I'll write that down even so I can check it out. Thank you. Alright. I think we've been talking enough. Susato has been looking very serious for the past few minutes. I gotta play the game. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." Yeah. They have to open their eyes. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. The father came in and... Susato! What are you doing? Oh, father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Looking to the right, the program looks sweet. Ooh. Ooh, if Anti also likes it, I definitely want to check it out. Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? The Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah! But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account on one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. Oh. Ugh. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office.
This is perfect because I need to make original music for something. I hope it isn't too hard to figure out. Ooh, eyes. I'm with Terry. Eyes. Plagiarism, the most heinous crime in existence. Music theory is good to learn, but you can also just play it by ear. No shame in that. Yeah, I have zero knowledge of music theory, so if I do pick it up and like fiddle with it, it'll definitely be by ear.
That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
So that's how she came across it.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So,
you're fully abreast. Abreast. That's a word. I've never heard that word before. Abreast? Is that how you say it? Abreast? 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 I have never heard that word. Abreast. Titties! Abreast. A titty. Bosom? It means titty. You're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Sato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sounds of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Honka-donka-bonks. Honka-donka-badonka-ronka-donks. Then we need to go and arrest him. I'm Drebber, you're Glue. Well, yes, he must know the truth behind this case, so I agree, we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you?
Got to go. Did you want to say you?
Oh, thank you! I made it myself. Thank you for stopping by, Terry. Have a good one.
Iris said a cab. Yeah, a cab. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Now we can go.
Bum, 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 ba-doo-dum, bum, bum,
He said there was another location we can go, right? Or is it just that we can just go with Susato? Either way. Let's go one place at a time. Alright, nothing here. Lord Chief Justice's office? I'm not expecting anything, but I like to go, like, one place at a time. Just to see. Oh. Hello? Who dat? Who dat? You're joking at Madame Tussauds. They sort of stole the name. Well, yeah, there's a character called Madame Tuspels. Hold on. There is actually a character called that. This lady, Esmeralda Tuspels. That's her name. I thought you were making a joke about her. Ryunosuke and Susato randomly walk into a secret private wedding. Is it a little rendezvous? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. The Wax Museum ripoff is a freaking witch. She's great. What are you talking about?
Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh! You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zieks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensics investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it? Oh, hello. You are pretty. I like your design a lot. Holy shit, you're cool looking. Holy crap. You're cool. Who you? I still don't know what to think of Strongheart. I thought he was gonna be a bad guy. Like, I don't know, like a final boss kind of thing, but he hasn't really done anything bad. He's weird, yes, but he hasn't done anything evil yet. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's just a funky dude.
Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you.
Bye-bye. You're pretty. Goodbye. Yet. True. Yet.
Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner.
Ooh!
She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Oh, right. Courtney Sith. Oh, she has a Dr. Snake symbol on her necktie. Yeah, she does. It's cool. They're gonna Disney twist villain Strongheart and calling it. That's what I was expecting. That's what I was expecting in the first game, but it didn't happen. Maybe it'll happen in this game. I don't know.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore.
Alright, let's talk. Forensic investigation team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, It's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Yeah, you know what? That's what I thought too when I first saw him. I thought he was gonna be like a Damon Gant kind of character, because the designs were kind of similar. That's what I was expecting, but nothing like that has happened yet. But who knows? Maybe it's gonna take 2 games for him to get Damon Ganted. Or maybe he's just genuinely a weird but good dude.
Goodness, a year?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
Do not take him for Ganted. Ah! Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Can't wait for him to do the thunderclaps. I mean, he kind of has something similar where wherever he does a weird pose, pigeons fly in the background. There's always pigeons resting somewhere in his home. There's got to be a lot of bird poop somewhere.
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes.
Yeah.
But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see it personally. By creating— there it is, there are the birds. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Sis is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord?
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord... Oh, are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart?
With Professor Mikotoba, I mean.
Yes, we dated for a bit. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well.
So they know each other. Interesting. This man looks like a motherfucker out of Final Fantasy. He does look like someone's like Final Fantasy 14 character. He does have the look. I like how the characters look at each other and then back to you in this game. Well, yeah, it's because it's a conversation, but like with 3 people, they have to look at you when they're talking to you. They can't just not look at you. That'd be rude. And they're all British.
If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So, yes. 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. Whatever, and the politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly.
Okay, but in other AA games, only one person is on screen at a time. Yeah, only one character. Now there's multiple, so they have to look at you. I think it's probably implied that maybe in the other games they were like looking around each other. The game takes elements from Ace Attorney versus Professor Layton. Yes, I think I firmly believe that Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton was like the start of all the games that are like similar to this. Like everything that is in that game has passed over to this game. Like the multiple witnesses, the 3D models, the music, the art style, everything. I feel like it was the start. It was like a prototype for this. and like if you play that game, it really shows. It really, really shows. All two of them. Oh yeah, there's no multiple witnesses in the mainline games. That's true. Cause Shu doesn't write the mainline games anymore, apparently, which is fucking weird. I want Ace Attorney 7 to be written by the same guy that wrote these games. A versus PL walk so TGAA could run. Yeah, you are absolutely right about that. I love that game, by the way. It's like the plot is very because it has like the whimsical aspects of Professor Layton. But I thoroughly enjoyed that game very much. It's one of my favorites, and I recommend others give it a try. If they like this game, I'm pretty sure they'll like that one, if they don't mind Professor Layton puzzles. But yeah, it's a good game. I'd say give it a shot if you like these games. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mitukotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. It was all of your simulation. Saint Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that the hospital that that Olive Green was staying at? What a name, Saint Sinners. Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens.
Then Dr. Sith knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps Father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Dead mom? Does she have dead mom? She said she was living with her grandmother. Dead mom? I'm gonna assume dead mom.
Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Here we go, Van Zieks. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered. It was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrack Von Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Ooh, spooky.
Oh my word! So, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother?
Nonsense. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh, yes! Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Oh, Ryunosuke. You little puppy man.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, There's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing. Man, he really helps us out, huh?
And I'll be able to see it too!
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
At least he's honest, yeah!
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
Bye!
Well, that was helpful. That was extremely helpful, actually. We learned a lot. New location added. Let's go to prison. Maybe we can talk to Hairbrain. If he's not in questioning. Oh! Oh my god! What? Do I even want to talk to him? Oh, this looks like a scene straight out of Utopia. What's he doing? Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations! And he's still writing more now! Professor? Sorry to interrupt. Hello. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady?
My name is Sasato Mikotova. I am Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
I think so too. Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner! None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear. I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh, no! The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot!
Professor Hairbrain.
Hands off the wife, Hairbrain. Hands off the daughter. She is 16 years old. Do not touch her. Get a job. She is 16 and you are... How old are you? You are 33.
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
No worries. Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The walls was all I had to hand. 33! Hairbrain, you creep! I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's just kind of nutty, because I would not be surprised if he has not slept while writing all this nonsense on the wall. He seems like a very eccentric man, and maybe it's clouding his judgment. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt of that at least. But if not, then yeah, he's a creep. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually. This is my autobiography. What? Your autobiography?
How I was... Why would you title it that? No! How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. Oh, if I came across an autobiography titled How I Was Diddled and Fiddled, I would buy it in a heartbeat. How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. It's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, An Odd Birth, An Odd Upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. Wasp Woman autobiography. How I was diddled and fiddled by Wasp Woman. His name looks like it's part of the title too. Diddled? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. Oh, look at him. So silly. Well, I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled! I was fiddled! By the pair of them! Oh my god. Why do you say it like that? Can't you use other words? I was diddled. Who writes autobiographies and equations? This guy, apparently. By Asman and by that aloof engineer Drebber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? I hope not. Because I'm bad at math. I used to be good at math, but not anymore. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the Kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. Well, it's good that he realizes. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course he didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you are aware of it or not. Yeah, he does have a point. I do kind of agree with that. Like, even if he didn't mean to, something bad happened and it's your fault. Even if you didn't mean to, so you still gotta you still gotta pay for it somewhat. I do agree with that. It's like some justice needs to be done. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me in this morning, you know? Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution's establishing its case. No. Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I don't know about that. I think I understand now. Oops, wrong button. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Nah? After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So, if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly. Which would have been the fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, but that does seem likely, yes. Your nails, my dude. When I
I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I had written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic. Or emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their beginning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us had any money! We want to do research, but we can't afford it! I feel like I understand this pain somewhat. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool! It's too rotten to believe.
It is. I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice.
Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber the engineer. Who is this Mr. Drebber, anyway? Are we gonna see him soon? Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the Kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just some illusionist?
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge.
There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. And there are no more are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the Kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
The way Sasato looks over. Like, I'm just imagining they're both looking at each other. They turn to themselves and then turn back to Hairbrain.
Why didn't you mention this before?
In Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. Yeah, why didn't you tell us about the fucking place? So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the Kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once! There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there! Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this.
But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all.
I'm so sorry!
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
What? He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering.
Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to attain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead.
What do you think, Mr. Sato? The machine for your next birthday? I never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor?
You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example.
The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato.
Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look! What? Let me see that!
Mr. Sato's pose! Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No, oh well. I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Let's look at it. I think that's about all we can get. We could present stuff to him, but let me examine this. So, Enoch Drebber, engineer. Nothing behind. Eh? Nani? What's this? This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrained mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil. It's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. There's a smear of machine oil on the reverse. And that's about all we can get from this. Let's present him some stuff. Maybe he'll give us new information. So, business card. Mr. Harebrained, what do you make of this? Okay, it was like, oh yes, that's what just my hypothesis. No. It's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually.
Then take it away! I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science.
Alright. Keep your abundant hair on. Okay. Maybe this? Nope. Look away from the screen. There's gonna be some flashing lights, maybe. Oh, never mind. Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they? Don't worry, he's being very well looked after. Now he's rubbing with machine oil until he's gleaming. Right. And then, when I come to tighten the screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. It's that age-old problem faced by driver files. That's a thing? Driver files? The world over. I've never heard that before. I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Okay, that was nothing. Nothing useful. I don't think he's gonna give us any new information, but let's see. Oh. Ugh. This have happened. You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened! It must have been that! That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of Frankenfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. Oh wait, I think we know this already. Professor Harebrained. More flashing lights. It really has nothing to say about the crossbow. Nope. Ugh. How could this have happened? Oops. Oh, this is the same thing. I like that you can just fast forward all this. Actually, what does it say about my band? Ah, fascinating. Yes. In Japan, where I come from, it's the symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find. Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is a perfectly logical reason for that feeling. Oh, really? What is it? I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. The sleeves, especially, are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course! It's entirely logical! That's science, Mr. Naruhodo! Well, that's all he had to say about that. Alright, let's get out of here. Actually, no, I can't examine. Okay, so let's leave. We can't go here, so... Oh, we can go there. But I want to go every place. Maybe Gina will be here. Ah! Puppy! 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 There was a doggo! There was a puppy! 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 Dog! Puppy! Puppy! I want to see Puppy! I want to see Puppy! Oh my god. I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice them, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Is it Gina? No, it's Gregsy. Move! Get out of the way! I want to see Puppy! Oh, Inspector Gregson! I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hear you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman's so loyally at your side. Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. Gina's playing with Puppy! I want to see Puppy! She's not into British men. Especially not British men that are twice her age. Let it go. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get over here, Gina! Puppy! 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 Look at her! She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Aw, that's cute. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. Dad! Papa Gregsy! Aww! He's settling into the dad role. He's settling into the dad role. That's cute. What do you mean? I'd like to think more she's a detective rather than a cop. Detectives are cooler than cops. Yeah. She's a detective, which is slightly better in the AA universe. Yeah. I believe detectives are better than cops. Especially private eyes. Private eyes are much better. I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh, what? He's going? Oh no! Really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely. You're all gonna try, if you don't mind. A trip to France, that is.
France? To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France is an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted.
I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
He's taking Gina with him? Aw, man, I'm gonna miss her. But, you know, Dad. This is a very dad moment, you know? This is cute, in a way. What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her in London. Who knows what become of her?
I suppose he's worried she'd flip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. He literally adopted her. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Papa Gregson. Oh! Of course! Oh, that's right. She could be a victim of the Reaper, too. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind, too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I've got to keep that Diamond Diva safe and sound. Well, all this is over, at least.
Oh. Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' Diamond Diva again? She heard that?
So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here.
Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge, you know. I love her theme. It's so good. Gregson, I like it, the him. He's great. He's genuinely so good. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So Gina, you like French fries? I mean, shit. So Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Puppy! Puppy! Oh my god! Ah! She named him after Toby! Aww! She named him after Gregson! That's so cute! Oh my god! She named him after Gregson! Oh, that's adorable! Oh my god, I'm gonna die. That's so cute. You named your puppy after your dad? That's so cute! Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful! He's absolutely adorable! Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. No, bring the puppy back. Bring the puppy back. Bring the puppy back! Another dog named Toby. Okay, but this dog probably isn't annoying though. Why'd that spin? Why'd that spin? Whatever. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Puppy! I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes. Toby. Puppy! I love them. These two. Gina and Puppy. They're so cute. Gina, my daughter, pat, 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 and Puppy, pat, pat, pat. Protect them. They must be protected at all costs, or I'll die. I love them. They're so cute. Toby. Woof. Agreed. 100% agreed. So cute.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume.
Toby Fox.
I haven't actually seen it yet. So, if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh! It's like I told Oda yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to be touching it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one! That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team.
Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah.
Car losing it in some way or another every security scene. Last week is because a little rich German boy. This week is because Gina got a puppy. This case has just been throwing me like wild balls all over the place. It's actually very fitting that Gina gets a puppy and Sholmes and Iris are now taking care of a cat. Oh! Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. You're right. Oh! Everyone gets a pet. Everyone gets a pet. I'm just waiting for someone to get like a little pet bird or something. Every character gets a pet.
But isn't the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah! Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? What? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Oh no!
Tragic. Ace Attorney can't give anyone a pet bird again because everyone playing it would be like, are we going to fucking cross-examine this one? Well, if it's a parrot, maybe. But if it's like a, I don't know, like a little canary or a pigeon or a little Tweety bird or whatever, then I'm sure it's fine. Hell, you could argue and say Lord Strongheart has a shit ton of pet birds considering there's always birds in his office. So, I don't know. Maybe he has pet birds. I guess.
Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. No, yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic. Oh no, Gregson is suffering the gumshoe curse. Poor guy.
Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
Thank you, Gina.
I mean, they did a cross-examine a killer whale in one of the 3... I'm sorry, what? They didn't just cross-examine it, it was the What? Von Zieks does have a... Oh yeah, he does have a bat in his cave. I mean office. I mean lair. I mean office. I mean... It's a DLC case? Oh. Huh. That's interesting. Hopefully I can get the 3DS games to try. Those are like, I think that and the Edgeworth games are the only Ace Attorney games I have not had a chance to play. So, hopefully someday I'll get a chance to play them. I really do want to.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know,
being in court and not spending all the time worrying that I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber? That's the one, yeah! So the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be. He's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. I think that's because of all the fish and chips he keeps eating. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. I'm not the only one. I'm hoping they put Ace Attorney's 4 through 6 trilogy on modern console. Capcom fires my imaginary gun. That would be good. I would really, really, really love to like that. Either on console or at least have it available on Steam. Because I know you can even play the original trilogy on Steam as well. By the way, this is I'm definitely not me telling you to go buy Ace Attorney, the Ace Attorney trilogy on Steam, which you can play right now. You can literally also play, I think, all the Ace Attorney games on mobile and on everything. You can literally play it on anything. What are you doing? Go play Ace Attorney. You can play Ace Attorney on your toaster at this point. So Scotland Yard are trying. I feel like that sentence was not written correctly. There may or may not be a future Ace Attorney trilogy stream by Car in the future with a certain someone. Perhaps in the future. Stop being Phoenix Wright marketing ambassador card, not sponsored by Sega. It's by Capcom, not Sega. It's by Capcom. That's why Phoenix Wright is in Marvel vs. Capcom. Tomato. Fair. Just because Phoenix has spikes doesn't mean he's Sonic. Okay, but can you imagine? But I don't know. There's some similarities. The blue and spiky. Phoenix often gets compared to a hedgehog as well. I think he would like Sonic. We'd be sponsored by Sega if we were shilling Yakuza. I still definitely want to try to play Yakuza. I don't know if I can stream it, but I definitely want to play it. I have Yakuza 0 still on Steam, and I can definitely play it. The reason I say I don't know if I can stream it is because when I tried streaming A Hat in Time with my friend, it made the game just a little bit, like, laggy, and that's A Hat in Time. And I tried playing the game on my own, not streaming it, and it runs smooth as butter. So I think I might have issues if I try to stream Yakuza, but I will definitely play it at some point on my own time. Maybe I'll like post screenshots on my Twitter. all Yakuza games are on Game Pass. I think I used the Discord like free Game Pass for a bit, but I haven't played any games from it yet. I forgot to. Oh well. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. He's really funny looking. Oh, 2 eyes with no match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry? Who? You know, the Scowling Reaper was always glugging those glasses of that blood-red plunk.
Lord Van Zeeks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both.
Well, I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we put that one to bed.
Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding that fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all?
Alright, puppy time.
Where did you find that little mutt?
Mutt? Ryunosuke, you are a puppy man yourself. Don't call him a mutt. Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Otto.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's...
How do they put it?
Oh yeah, a bonafide detective. Bonafide detective. Oh, look at him. Look at that face. Look at that puppy. Sorry? Ryunosuke is a cat person? That might be the case, yeah. He could be a cat person. He does have a little mousy on his shoulder right now. Oh. Oh, look at them. So cute. I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Ooh. So he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruits dogs now?
Oh, yeah. Actually, yes, Ryunosuke. That is something that will happen in the future.
I've heard they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens.
I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't.
Why would you use that as an example?
That's nothing compared to this little fella, Otto.
Oh, really?
According to what the boss said. Once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim?
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point. By a rather wide margin.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future.
That's true.
Yes, I agree. What? One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out into the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
Wait a second.
Actually, okay. We might be able to do something here, but before we do that, I want to look at the wreckage. So before we do anything of the sort, let's go up the stairs and examine the wreckage first.
But I think we can do something here.
I don't know if it'll let us do it, but yeah.
There it is.
Oh my! So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrained went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No, no, no. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look. Is that
Oh,
Lord Banziks?
So, I think we're more or less done here, right? Aren't we?
shall we, Mrs. Sato? Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will.
Dun, 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 dun,
This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right. A bird cage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and been falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah! Yeah, Sasato!
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it.
I suppose they must have brought it back here when they're finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial.
Just take the whole dang cage. Just put it in your pocket. It's all there. Okay. Since we have that, let's examine it really quick. Oh. Ah! Look here, Mrs. Sato.
Oh, yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a great height.
Yes. From the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Look here, Mrs. Sato. It looks like Among Us.
I don't think that's the point, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, I don't want to talk to Van Zeeks yet.
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh my god, is this Okay, you guys are gonna think of me stupid. You guys are gonna think me cringe. But I feel like this is a very subtle little JoJo reference. That's how you know. You thought the same thing. I feel like it works too because, like, you know, Joseph is like technically kind of
kind of half British in a way. It's like it's the phrase word for word. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's probably a very like tiny little JoJo reference. It's when Ryunosuke is like, I bet I can guess what you're about to say next. You're about to say da-da-da, aren't you? That's something the second JoJo, I think Joseph? Yeah, Joseph Joestar. That's one of his like little signature character traits where he like goes to a character, I bet I can predict what you're about to say next. You're about to say da-da-da, aren't you? And then the character says that exact same thing before they're like, what? Oh, no, I would never say something like that. This is also part of the joke because the JoJo reference, he always guessed it correctly. And here, Ryunosuke doesn't. So he funny. Ah, that's great. That's really good. I love that. Finally, my JoJo knowledge is put to good use. Nani? Nandeste? I guess now it's time to Nigerondayo. Aw man, I kinda wanna rewatch JoJo now. I also need to watch part 6. I know it's out now, but I haven't watched it yet. I need to sit down and watch it. I've watched all the JoJo animes so far. Part 4 being like my absolute favorite, and I liked part 5 too. I feel like I might like part 6 as well, but I need to actually sit down and watch it. Is it up on Netflix right now, or is it like in another website? I think you can watch it all on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken. Need to do it for your gal. Yeah, I heard Jolene is really good. I want to know more about her. I don't know anything about part 6. It's all on Netflix. Okay, then I'll definitely need to. I definitely need to sit down and watch it sometime. Maybe I'll watch it tomorrow. Me putting JoJo in my probably never gonna watch it shelf. That's fine. JoJo is definitely like not something that everyone will immediately like. It's a very niche like taste. I say niche even though it's so insanely popular, but it's true. It's like not everyone's gonna like it. It's a very specific flavor that you either like it or you don't. And the art style is a first step. I know a lot of people don't like the art style, for example. I initially didn't really like it as well, but I got used to it and I ended up liking it. I liked how the art style looks currently, like the new art style. And I have to thank Part 4 for that. Part 4, like the manga as well. I just like Part 4. Part 4 is my favorite. I love Josuke and all the characters in it. They're very good. It was a fun story, despite having a serial killer with a hand fetish. But yeah, I think the stories are fun. It's very silly and cheesy and stupid. It's just very stupid fun. That's the best way I can describe it. Your favorite JoJo character is Romelia Scarlet. Ah, so Dio. Ah, so you like Dio then? I will bombard you with all the Dio jokes. He's probably the most horrifying. He is. As far as I know, he is definitely the scariest. Oh wait, no. Well, I feel yeah. I think both Romelia and oh. Just wanted to give
Hi, Pixel Curbs. Just wanted to give some love after watching your Valhalla playthrough on YouTube. I hope you do Nirvana when it comes out.
Oh my
Heart.
god, thank you! Aww! That's so sweet of you! Thank you so much! Aww! Oh, I'm all happy! I'm so glad you liked it! Wow, I didn't think anyone would watch my VODs on YouTube. Wow! Aw, you made me all happy. Thank you, Sonic Wolf. I really appreciate it. Oh man, now he got me all smiling. Ah! Aw, thank you. Aw, man. Since they're all forever, someone somewhere is bound to watch. I guess, but it's like, I don't really expect anyone to see them. They're just sort of there. But yeah, I guess you're right. Aw, man. Now I'm all giddy. Okay. Stop smiling like a dork, you goober.
You're welcome.
Aw, you're so sweet. I can't stop smiling now. Okay. What was I saying earlier? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I was saying that I believe that Remilia and Sakuya are both like inspired by Dio, because Dio, he does have the whole time stop thing, but he's also a vampire. Like, even though he doesn't have the technical vampire characteristics, he is in fact a vampire. And if I remember, doesn't Remilia also have a line that is word to word like a JoJo reference? Like, it's one of like Dio's lines. Like, doesn't Remilia and Marissa have like a conversation? It's like that line, how many, like there's a line in JoJo that's like, how many people have you killed? And then Dio's like, how many pieces of bread have you ate in your lifetime? And I believe that's referenced with Remilia as well. Yeah, Oz knows. That's the one I'm talking about, yeah. So yeah, I do believe that both Sakuya and Remilia were based on Dio. Like, the two parts of Dio, the time stop and the vampire thing. Because Dio appears in both part 1 and 2, and even though it's the same character, it feels like two completely different characters, because in part 1, he was just a straight up vampire. In part 3, he's a vampire with a manifestation of his fighting spirit that can punch like in lightning speed in a nanosecond, and he can also stop time for 7 seconds? Yeah, 1 and 3. Yeah. So, yeah. Same character, but it feels like two completely different characters, so it's easy to see that you can create two completely different characters using the same guy as inspiration. That's probably why they're also like a package deal, if I remember. Because, you know, Sakuya and Remilia, it's like the master of the house and the maid and whatever. I'm talking too much about JoJo. This isn't a JoJo stream. This is an Ace Attorney stream. Marissa responds by going, I prefer Japanese food. That's pretty funny. Alright, enough JoJo. We're here to play Ace Attorney. Like, thank you Sonic Wolf for the bits. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. And I hope everyone enjoyed the little JoJo talk. What was I? Oh yeah. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Temari balls floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Oh yeah, Yosuke doesn't like the balloons. Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. Ryunosuke Jotaro? No. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way. I feel that, Ryotaro. Oh! What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it was designed to open. It does, doesn't it? You mean Ryunosuke? If the floor had opened at the precise moment of the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Interesting. Is there anything else we can examine? There's this, but I don't think this has anything to do with anything. I guess we gotta talk with him. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world, winner 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Why not beside me? Lord Van Zeeks? Hi, Stinky.
What?
Well... beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
Can we leave now? Can we just leave now?
Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me.
I didn't even want to talk to you. The game's making me.
Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
You're so nosy, Ryunosuke.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
I don't want to talk to him! Rude. Can't you tell how royal they are? I mean, look at the size of his badge. Oh my god. He's so royal and fancy and important. I don't care how royal he is. I don't like him. He's gross and pale and stinky and ugly and I hate him. Don't like him at all. Let's talk about your dead brother. So, Clint. Was that the name of your older brother, I understand? Lord Van Zeeks.
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh! No, it's not like that!
Well, alright, it is a bit like that. You gonna say anything? My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
Prosecutor, you mean?
Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then?
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush text?
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that comes to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn.
Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place, and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork?
Which... Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
Is he exhibited as public scorn? I think it's like generally like known that he's not really well liked even by the people. Cause no matter what in his cases, someone always ends up dead. So people tend to be afraid of him, I think. You're very much in the minority when it comes to the ugly part. I know I am, but I still think he's ugly. Thank you, Tiger Zodiac. I'm glad someone's on my side. Oh. Sorry. He was our pride and joy until I stabbed him for being better than me. I wouldn't be surprised. He's turned as white as a sheet. Oh, is Mr. Van Ziek scared? I mean, yeah, his brother's dead.
Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
He can get whiter?
Which, according to Professor Harebrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
He turned white as a sheep. Also, he's grown scales and has a lizard tongue. I think there may be something off about him. White! I think he might be a lizard man. So, I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but...
We'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Wow. Sanjo-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago.
Oh! So that's what he looks like.
Though it appears he already had the black monocle at the time.
It's kinda cool looking.
What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why shouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all.
A big gaunt. I think he may be Dracula. I think Van Zieks is taking the Dracula role because his office literally has bats and he has like the wine that looks like blood and whatever, and the cape and the blah 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 blah. And I think he is supposed to be based off of vampires. That's a thing in these games, right? Supernatural creatures of the night that pose as law officials, yeah? Probably. Oh, it's you!
Ah, the filer requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Are they gonna talk? Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ravenbeak? Ravenbeak! Dread in the brain.
Lord Van Zieks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Sanjo-san can see it too.
See what?
Lord Van Zieks. May we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
What? Why?
With him? Why?
I have him on the brain. I have him on the brain too. No, come back here! Oh, what? Oh! 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 Is that really? Is that him?
Huh? Kazuma?
Is that really him? Is that really him? I don't. What the fuck? Is that really? Is he really alive? Is that our boy? Is that our boy? Okay. So Anti, in the first game, you remember Kazuma? The guy that was with us during the beginning of the game that died on the boat, who was like our best friend? Yeah. Okay, to elaborate, Soul Banana, this is actually the second game of two games. So in the first game, in the first case, there was a character that was like our main character's best friend, and he was his name is Kazuma, and he was originally gonna come to Great Britain with us, but in the second case of the first game, he died on the boat on the way to Britain. And it was really sad, and we just went throughout the whole game, and we went throughout the whole game thinking he's dead. And now in this case, we're seeing that he might be alive, and that this might be him, and I'm going to lose my mind, because if it's him, holy shit, Kazuma, I miss you so much, my sweet sunshine child. Oh my god, please. Please be Kazuma. I miss you so much. They can't kill him, he's an important character. I mean, look at what they did to Mia Fey! Your posture, your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? He doesn't have fat tits, so he's coming back.
I mean, some people would like to think he has fat tits. I personally don't think so, but she gets channeled all the time, though.
Yeah, that's true, but she still died.
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow.
You have to go get... Okay, go get food. 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 Go get dinner. Go!
Can it really be you, Kazuma? Is it him?
No, come back! Come back! Oh, wait! Kazuma, please! Come back! Did he just run away?
Too late. What's going on here?
Shut up! You're ruining the moment! Go away! Me just shoving him away from the face. Kazuma!
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now. With instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia?
oh, come on! Not the amnesia trope! Are we really doing the amnesia trope? Not again!
Every time, it's always amnesia! He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. Oh my god. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He got the thinky panic.
He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. Bye. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Sato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. And she called out Kazuma-sama.
And is biding his time to figure out something about his death? Oh, maybe, yeah, that could be the case.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday, in fact. At Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. Going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. I thought you left! The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Eh? Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Sato. Of course.
Oh no, your friend became British! I know, right? Okay, now that we did that, now I want to do something. Can we present this?
About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me lessons at the moment.
I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much blatant problem.
Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important.
Puppy time! Yeah, puppy time! Doggy time! Yee. So, when I remember that Harebrained talked about, like, Drebber using, like a French oil that has, like, a scent. And then Gina talks about how how Toby has, like, really good sense of smell. My first thought was, like, can we give the card to her so Toby can sniff it and maybe we can find Drebber's workshop that way? That's my thought process, and I think I was right on the money.
It's just some dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then.
You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right! You mean Toby! Puppy time! Puppy time! Woof. Puppy time.
His sense of smell is so good. He can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Harebrained informs us that this oil is unique in Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Oh, look at him! Look at him sniff!
You got the scent?
That's an obnoxiously cute puppy, I know, right? His name is Toby! She named him after her dad!
I think he's picked up a scent.
So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? That's right! That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
What? Wait, what did you...
Once a pickpocket.
If I could lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop,
I'll be the boss's boss before next week!
oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Yes, in the first game, she's a character from the first game. She used to be a pickpocket and she lived on the streets. And at the very end of the first game, you help her out. And because she was convicted of a crime she did not commit. You save her and she decides she wants to turn over a new leaf, and then she basically gets adopted by the game's detective, Tobias Gregson. I say adopted, but it's really just that he took her in and he's like training her to be a detective herself because she's got a knack for it. But they have a very clear like father-daughter kind of relationship going on, and it's very sweet. So yeah, she used to be a street urchin pickpocket, and now she's working to be a detective. It's very cute. I love her a lot. She's a very good character. Right then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna go get going after that dodgy engineer's cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here and all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me who gets in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson, again.
Puppy. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later.
I mean, there's probably like a guard here somewhere.
I do hope that scent of oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Alright, well that's happening. Let's go to Spells. I want to see my wife. Is my wife here?
Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. Quick to call her wife there? I mean... Look at her. She's so pretty. She's so pretty and I love women and we're the same age.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
That's strange. You should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork.
I am 26, that's right. Yeah, I'm going to be 27 in a few months, because my birthday is in 2 months from now. And she is apparently a witch. She's got that witch aesthetic. She does carry a cauldron of smoldering wax, though, which is funny. You are also 26, that's true. We are the same age, for now. Soon I will be older than you. She's hot like Manuela. She is hot like Manuela. You are absolutely right. And then in 3 more years, all your bones get Thanos snapped away. Ah! Ah! Wait, Soul Banana, why did you say that? Do you realize what you've done?
Oh no.
Oh no! Ah!
Oh god! You guys will not believe the things I've seen. The things I've done. Okay.
Snap. Alright, where's my wife? Where's my wife at? Where is she? This is cool. I don't feel good, Mr. Banana. Ah! Is Sholmes still here? Oh no, yeah, he's gone. Huh. I guess he's just not here.
Neither's my wife. Ah, yes. Heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know! Can you believe that? Pay more money as if we haven't been scared enough already?
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Maybe my wife is with Sholmes? I can't believe I'm being cheated on. I'm kidding. That's an interesting pairing if that's the case. Well, it doesn't look like we can really do anything here just yet, so now we go where the game wants us to go. The forensics laboratory. Oh, I like the look of this place. Is that blood on the table? Is that a... It's the table where she examines dead bodies. Oh, right. That's right. Okay. I forget! I forgot! I forgot! I'm a dummy. I forget things. It's vegan blood. Replaced by the synth car. CARR. Certified Automatic Rambunctious Robot. Ah! Ah! Shucks. I believe this is it. Dr. Sith's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. Also, I've never heard the word coroner until now. And, like, I've never heard it before. Maybe I have and I just don't remember, but it doesn't ring a bell. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Sato. You could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. No music? Bird? That looks like an owl and a crow up there. Oh, there's two birds! Hey, Oz, you're there! I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Bird up! Beep, beep, beep. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. That's not you, but you're an owl. Not a great horned. Oh, okay, fair enough. That must be fun. Our local coroner was stealing the deceased eyeballs and selling them on the medical market for research. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping, with their eyes open. Oh my god, please, Oz, get the bird up redeem would be so funny. Bird up. Da, da, da. I'll show you later, don't you worry. I'll show you later. I think it was first reference. Yeah. Okay, yeah, Anti will send you a link, don't worry. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Skeleton? Here's the opening line from the article. This is absolutely real. A Kentucky State Police trooper, a retired state police colonel, and a county coroner have been accused of several crimes, including transporting moonshine and eyeballs? What? Huh? What the fuck? Gross. Disgusting. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet markers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of that case? It's how I cope! Well, I'll be sure to remember that from now on. I feel like this is kind of like how me and like any other person would like have a conversation about something scary. For some reason, that conversation made me think of like me talking with Anti or Oz. Oh, Colonel. Because chaos reigns in the English language. Thank you. English is not my first language, so there are some words that I end up not saying correctly. You know, I should have figured it was Eric Andre. Yeah, it is Eric Andre. This is a pretty lamp. This is very pretty. It reminds me of a lamp I have in like, I've seen in my grandma's house. I actually have a similar lamp here in my room. English is bonkers anyway. True, it is very bonkers. I suppose this is Dr. Sith's Scythes? Wait, is it Sith or Scythe? I'll keep saying Sith. I suppose this is Dr. Sith's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. Let's investigate to find clues to help us win this case. Hey, look at this pretty lamp! Sith? Like, Lith? Life? I don't know! I don't know these words! I'm sorry. It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is very bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. It's more like... Lith? Does they have a large field scythe? Or does he have a red lightsaber that will help with which is which? Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. Life? Oh, okay. Thank you. Again, English is not my first language. Oh, you know what? Considering the look of this room, I should have expected it with Scythe instead of Sith. This room is very gothic. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all! Oh, there's a microscope here. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh, yes! And they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Okay, they don't say anything about the... A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Spine? I'm curious what that thing on the very left in the open tool case. You mean the spine? Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickle umeboshi plums we make back home. Ah, Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Oh, the briefcase? Oh, I'll check that then. Mrs. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh! So, as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors, or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. I love how much of a coward Ryunosuke is. Oh, it doesn't let me examine it. Oh well. Anything left to examine? Maybe the chandelier? No. Chair? Foot? No. Maybe this? No. No. It looks like we examined everything. I don't think there's anything left to examine. Yep, nope. Yep, I guess we're done here. For now. to talk to Mr. Sholmes. Maybe he's back home? Nope. Maybe Lord Chief Justice office? Nope. Prison?
Yeah.
Not yeah. Nope, it's still just this guy. Nothing new. Really not gonna say anything about the picture. Alright. What about this? Really? Nothing? It's from your machine! Alright. Actually, can I examine the picture? Look at he. That's a man. Dr. Sholmes? We're like Dr. Whooms because who's he? Oh, did I say Dr. Sholmes? I meant Mr. Sholmes. Sorry. Maybe the experimentation stage? Nope. Madame Tussauds? Maybe? Maybe I do have to examine things in Madame Tussauds. Oh, okay. Oh! What a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act! I know. And in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer.
I don't think anybody would be any doubt about that. Surely.
And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub in the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha! We have a new theory. These two are so silly. And here. This is Jack the Ripper. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally, a Susato smash! Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. A Susato slam? Don't do it to us, please. Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. No, don't! Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate— No, Susato, don't! Susato, please! Absolutely not! Oh, wait, hello? Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps you should let the proprietress know that someone's left it up. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Well, I got an achievement! The top rung? That's silly. Let's look at this man's. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. Yeah, he just happened to be there. I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Yeah, we do. Quite often, Susato. Very often. I wonder why. Oh, nothing here. Maybe there's something in the forensics lab that we missed? Maybe something new? Yes? There's gotta be something here. Oh, there's really nothing left to investigate, huh? Doctor Who? Huh. Well, I guess we just have to come back here later. The only other place we haven't gone to is, our own office. Maybe Shells will be there. Or maybe we can talk to Iris. Is Iris here? No, she's not. Maybe Susato will know what to do.
Do you know? I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon.
It's funny. The past 6 months, I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan.
Please, Mr. Naruto. I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance. So what your father said in his letter about a Ryutaro takedown is reserved? Well, anyway. I'm back here in this great capital now. I'm ready to assist you again, in any way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruto.
Okay. Everyone in town is standing slightly outside your eye line, probably. I didn't really look around Sholmes' suite, so maybe there's something. Nothing here. Maybe over here? Nope. So much for that. And nothing here either. He doesn't say anything about the new pieces of evidence. He doesn't say anything about this, and there's nothing new to talk to him about. We can't examine, so there's nothing to do here. We can't go to the prosecutor's office. Maybe we go back to the stage? Oh. Alright, I guess we can't go back up there. Oh wait, can we look up? I think we do, but we can't go to his office. Like, it's not letting us go to his office.
What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. Did he pray? Oh, I hear faint music.
The Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such a close proximity, with my own eyes!
Gonna switch to... Switch? I'm gonna be on the big TV, Mom! Ryunosuke is religious. I wouldn't be surprised. It is old Japan, after all. They do have different forms of religion there as well. Granted, it's Japan being modernized by the West at this point. I prayed and Lord Vishnu came down with Shiva in hand and did the test for me.
You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Sato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly.
Alright. Maybe there's something new here? What can I say, Ryu? I'm an exhibitionist. No! Don't say that!
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloons of an envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Harebrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dream has been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person! Oh! Oh, Ryu. You on Twitch on the Switch? You on Twitch on the Switch? Are you watching, like, on the Switch and then, like, writing in chat? Or are you, like, writing on the chat on the Switch? Resting in bed because you gotta sleep soon. Ah, okay. That's fine. There's really nothing else to do, huh? Yeah, Switch has Twitch now. I don't know if you can use the chat function on the Switch though. What else can we look at here? Maybe there's something here that we haven't seen. That Switch is docked. Chat is on your phone. Yeah, I figured that was the case. There's gotta be something to do here, but I have no idea what. Shut up. Shut up. You don't just because you're right doesn't mean you have to say it. I don't see any goths here. There really is nothing to do here. Is there something I haven't looked at here? The skeleton is someone who achieved peak goth. Oh! There we go! It was the book! Okay, there we go. That's what I was missing. Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh?
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? 500 scalpels? Okay, that's everything. What are you doing? Ah!
Hey, ha, hey, ha, hey. Lady! Oh, she's got a snake on her hand, too! Ooh! Hello? Does she get her own unique theme as well? Holy shit! Hello, madam! Hello, Miss Scythe! She has the medicine serpent on her tie, and she has the snakes on her arm, and she's goth, and she's got like blood all over her lair. She must be the doctor. Listen, they made pretty women. I go awuga, okay? I like women. You do too. You can't judge me. Ran all over Britain for a book. I know. I mean, look at me going all over Britain trying to figure out what am I missing. It's just a book. She has an incredibly stiff ponytail. That could be, yeah, it could be like held in place.
So you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Oh, come on, please don't be racist. Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us to see you? That it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean.
I would believe that if not for the fact that she added like from the East. And you know who else says that a lot?
Van Zeeks.
So, you know, please forgive my worrisome ways. The implication that if I only liked men, that I could judge you. So, we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice.
Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigations revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately.
She pretty. There we go! Now we have someone to talk to, finally. Your findings.
So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene?
Whoa!
The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower. Were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
But how? But that can't be right!
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out.
Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they?
Very true, but sadly, in this instant, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints on the scene make the fingerprints on the scene make that quite evident.
Oh, we got fingerprints! We're doing the fingerprints! This is what we determined pee-pee poo-poo penis among us. Yes, I have huge clipboard-sized pockets on my coat. What of it?
Fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensics of evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course.
Oh, will they ever?
Oh my, but that would mean... that the instantaneous kinesis machine actually took place? So, where does that leave us?
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. What? Wait, plague doctor? Eh, Mama?
Mama, what is this?
Ah! Where did she spring from? What's with all the goths in this case? What? Did she just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear. Oh.
So she's a MILF? Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naruho.
Mama,
Yes?
can I cut this one up?
Eh? Eh? What?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Child, please.
Boring.
Child, please. I'm just a little Japanese man. I think I just had a near-death experience.
But Mama, I can fix that quite easily.
So I guess Dr. Scythe is also a Mrs. Scythe. Yeah, it seems like it. She did call the doctor Mama, so we're assuming that she's her daughter. We don't know her age, but considering she says Mama, I'm guessing she's a minor. No, yeah, she's pretty cool looking, not gonna lie. I mean, she's cool. Will she be a character? Will she be a friend for Gina and maybe Iris? Because Iris seems to be able to make friends with everybody. Oh, she's not a minor? Really? Well, then I guess she's just weird. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. She's still weird with saying Eastern person. To be fair, in her defense, literally all the British people we've met in this game have addressed us that way. That just seems to be a British thing to do. The only two that haven't done that have been Sholmes and Iris. Oh, she's 19. Okay.
She's 19.
Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If you could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. It's still very young. Yeah, it's still young. Not like Susato or Gina young, but still young.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then. Do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point?
She's old enough to be past your carving up the living for giggles phase. It's probably because the 19, teen is in the word. And for me at least, I don't really consider someone like a full-on adult until they at least reach like 20 or 21. Even though 19 is technically not a minor. The power of words.
We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
You're not an adult until you can buy alcohol to cope with your taxes. I technically can buy alcohol. I just don't really drink it that often because I don't like it, and also I'm kind of a lightweight. I can't handle alcohol very well. Like, the most I can drink is rum and coke, and even then, whenever I drink it, I can't even drink like half of it before I'm already feeling tipsy. Time to see Wax Sholmes! Yes, Iris told me about his latest unusual venture. Of course it's rum and coke. Yeah, of course it is. Oh, hello. She's cool looking. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you.
She doesn't mince her words, Mrs. Sato.
Oh, she doesn't mince her words, Mrs. Sato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Why is everyone so mean? Why is everyone so mean to me? I'll always remember that one time you were drunk and ranting to me about how much you hate Green. I'll do it again probably, because I am planning on having a little drink myself for New Year's. Why did I come here? I meant to go. We're supposed to go to Dispels. I want to see my wife. Where's my wife? Is my wife here? Is my wife here?
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to this place yet.
The squirrel Pokemon from Sword and Shield. I can't stand that rat. I hate it.
I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
I hate the fucking squirrel. I hate it. It's the worst thing in the world.
Sato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
I hate it. It's a dumb squirrel and it eats all my berries and it makes me angry. What's the matter?
Look! Mr. Naruto! Look at that waxwork! I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
On Trubbish? I love Trubbish. I think Trubbish is absolutely adorable. I love it. I've never used one before, but I think it's very cute, and I would like to hold its little stinky hands. Greedent is a menace to society, and I will punt it like a football. There he is! You're not my wife. Okay, who's the most boring and why is it Pikachu? You got a Trubbish plush? Oh, I'm jealous. That sounds so cute. I got a few Pokemon plushies too. I have several Mimikyu and Froakie plushies and a Poliwhirl plush that I like to sleep with because it's very big and cozy and I like to use it as like an extra pillow. Pikachu is very boring, but only because it's been oversaturated as the mascot. I think Pikachu on its own, when it's not being like shoved in your face as a mascot, can be cute. Like original season 1 Pikachu is hilarious and I find it funny. But as it got more and more popular and became the mascot, it just kind of became a little boring and very pro-tag Pokemon, if that makes sense. But even then, I think Raichu is better. You want a Mimikyu? I can't wait for the Perugly sitting cutie to drop. Aww. Yeah. Especially Alola Raichu. So, Banana, you take that back. If you say Sobble is the worst, I'm going to beat you up. I will beat you up with my Inteleon and my shiny Drizzile. Do not fuck with me. I love the Sobble line so much. They're my favorite. They're my absolute favorites. Still waiting for an Feramosa plush. Ooh. Oh yeah. Have there been like there should be like plushies of the Ultra Beasts, right? A Pheromosa plushie and a Buzzwole plushie would be great to have. Looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. There have been EV plushies, yeah. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's a temporary waxwork himself. My wife! My wife is back! Oz, you couldn't finish it. My wife is here. And her amazing theme. Okay, she was French, so...
Ah, the friends of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes, hello again. It's Rinosuke. Rinosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
Oh! Oh, she got it back? You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
He'd be a nice dog. You're not wrong. I can actually kind of see to spells and Shomes being a little thing. I think it'd be funny. Wow, Mr. Shomes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Allure. Do not disturb. Huh?
Lips. I love women! No! No! I'm weak in the knee. I'm weak in the knees. Arms sweaty, palms spaghetti. I love women, Eddie. Wrong button. Oh god. My wife. That's my wife. She's so pretty! No, come back, please. Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. I'd be perplexed too if I saw a woman that beautiful. So I guess we just talk to Shomes. Alright, come on, Shomes. Come on. Come on. Here, boy. Come on, Shomes.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Shomes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he?
That he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What are you? Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Herlock Sholmes. Oh my god! Susato-san! Oh my god, did she pass out? He's not a weave. These are just these are DLC costumes. I got the game with like the DLC costumes and I just have them wear. This is the costume for him. It's like the little kitsune mask and everything. It's very cute. Ryunosuke is also wearing a DLC costume, but you'll only see it in court. Or when they do the deduction dance thing.
My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not as questionable street food quality.
The sentence, "Is Sholmes a weeb?" is so fucking funny. It is funny.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand. Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
Was weeb a concept in the 1800s? No, but a man can dream. Maybe it could be. Like I would not be surprised if maybe there was some like foreign folk that were just like incredibly fascinated by Japanese culture to the point of being weebish, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if that was a thing. Like, it would probably be more weeb to like the culture rather than like how weeb is now with like just anime culture, you know? Sholmes, the original weeb. In this game, anyway.
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter.
Aw, he hungry.
That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum.
So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly?
Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing!
Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps a ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
Nah. A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs! A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris.
Now then, I do sense that you have some business with this great waxwork.
Yeah, we want to know why the fuck you lied to us.
We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He is the swindler who duped Professor Harebrain and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine. Or the Kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man.
He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have a little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Oh, we do have something about his appearance, but that can wait. Why the fuck did you lie to us?
Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
A weeb is just a non-Japanese person who is obsessed with Japanese culture, so yeah, weebs were a thing. And we have achieved learning. He is a wizard, so we hired a vampire lady and a witch to help us fight him. Also a creepy kid who is willing to dismember a person with little to no coercing. So many weird people in this case, but they have amazing designs.
Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard that steamship. Your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was a murder. And you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed, and we analyzed the problem. We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asagi. Ooh, you're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Say something! Not like that!
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all.
Don't laugh! This is serious! Priceless.
I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It would serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say.
Mr. I have all the answers, but I'm not going to tell you because there would be no game if I did. Anyway, here's your fucking picture.
Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course.
So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive.
Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
So does he know him?
I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me?
Oh, well, what is it?
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains.
Oh, yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it?
This man is my brother's friend. Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone?
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it.
Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes?
Surely you need only look at my expression. to ascertain if this is a seriousness or silliness. I never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to pursue it at your leisure.
I get the feeling I know where this is going if he's so insistent on showing us, and if it's what I think it is, this is gonna be wild.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
When you end up with over 200 physical games, I guess you start to forget what you own. You already own it? Fucking play it, dude! It's great, as you can already tell. Well, let's see. If it's what I think it is... If it's what I think it is, this is gonna be wild. Through those heavy curtains at last. Let's see. Let's see what it is. You'll probably stream it if it's not 1,000 hours long. Well, it's a bit long, yeah. I feel like it's a game that you probably shouldn't play like in an entire sitting, because you'll definitely feel burnt out. I feel like it's a game that you should play like in small bursts if you want to, because at least for me, in my experience, some of these cases have been really long. Like, hell, we've been going like 3.5 hours, and this is just the investigation. I mean, I think we are like nearing the end of it, if this is what I think it is. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Huh. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Oh my god, yes. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives? Is this what makes Britain great? I should stream 3 houses? I could. I definitely could. I wouldn't mind. I've already like played through all the routes in that game, but I have not played with the Ashen Wolves DLC, so that might be fun to replay. I could definitely try that. That could be an idea for a stream. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Just started 3 houses? Oh, are you enjoying it so far? What do you think of it?
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
Oh? Wait, quick? Oh, what? What the fuck?
Oh, dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Mr. Sato! I say we turn our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already.
True. Well, this is not what I was expecting. Okay.
Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete.
The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
You discovered you can pull people from teams over, so you may steal Bernadetta over. Ooh! So I'm guessing that means you're either Blue Lions or Golden Deer. Yeah, please take Bernadetta. She needs to get out of that group. Definitely. Actually, when I played, nice, good choice. When I played I played Golden Deer again as New Game Plus, and, I made it so, like, I recruited every single student from all the other classrooms, all the other groups, so Red Lions was just Edelgard and Hubert, and I mean Black Eagles was just Edelgard and Hubert, while Blue Lions was just Dimitri and Dedue all by themselves, and then I had everybody in my class. Claude is the only one I don't want to smack. Claude is really good. I think Dimitri is okay. He's a good guy. He kind of goes through it, but he's not my favorite. But I wouldn't say he's bad. Edelgard is, well, I guess it's a matter of perspective when it comes to Edelgard. Yeah, I was upset that you can't recruit Dedue either. You also can't recruit Hilda if you do the other routes as well, because every lord has like a right-hand man that they're just gonna stick by that lord no matter what. For Claude, it's Hilda, Edelgard, it's Hubert, and Dimitri is Dedue. They seem like the evil empire. They are an empire, so, you know. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Sato-san's voice tremble?
Okay, let's investigate.
Well, let's investigate the elephant in the room.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest.
It sucks that a lot of the interesting looking characters are root locked. Yeah. There's like also another character that I believe is locked behind Edelgard's route, which kind of sucks because I also find him very interesting. Hope you learn about Dedue in your run. So I know you're doing Golden Deer, and Dedue does get like a moment later on in the Golden Deer route. I won't spoil how, but yeah, he does have a little moment in that route as well. He's a pretty cool dude. I don't know if you'll learn much about him in Golden Deer. You probably have to learn more about him through like supports, and you can only really get supports with Dedue in Blue Lions, sadly. But in Golden Deer he does have a little moment, so there's that at least.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat, and he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look.
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail.
Eh? Oh, we can look around? Spin! 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 Nice camera? What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small! British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
Ah!
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, you can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the cover on the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself, Susanto-san. Your eyes are shining.
You really do like machinery, don't you?
Aw, that's cute. Let's look at can we look at the shovel?
What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with the shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night?
Mr. Sato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. If we're going to bury the hatchet. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's a real question. With a spade, shovel, spade, shovel, spade, shovel, spade, shovel. I just learned about these. They are plates with a silver coating that reacts to different levels of light exposure. Oh. Set myself for waiting so long to really dig into Three Houses. I bought it when it came out and devoured every 3DS Fire Emblem game. Three Houses is honestly really good in my opinion. I really enjoyed playing through it. Would I consider it the best Fire Emblem game? That's a subjective opinion, but I like it, so it's one of the best for me because I enjoyed it. And that's really all that matters and all that I care about, that I enjoyed the game. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is, it casts very little light. You're walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of graveyards either. Awakening was your first Fire Emblem, because it was the first you could actually finish, because it allowed you to turn off the permadeath. Yeah, it was my first too. I didn't know anything about Fire Emblem, and then Awakening came out, and I was like, you know what, I'm curious. I'll give it a shot. I didn't play it when it first came out, but it was definitely the first one I tried, and I had fun with it. And then the second Fire Emblem game I played was Sacred Stones, but it was a ROM hack of it. So that basically what it did was that it changed the dialogue so it's a little less dated in terms of misogyny, and it allowed the characters that already, like the same sex characters that already had supports, it let them be gay. That was the only changes it did. And it did a slight change to the ending, which I personally prefer more than the canon one. Did I ever play Fates? I did. I don't like it. I honestly don't really like Fates that much. I like some characters from Fates, but I'm not a huge fan of the story. I was not a huge fan of it. It was a lot of things in Fates that I felt were questionable. I was almost ready to apologize for Sable. Well, I guess people can have wrong opinions. If you want to be wrong, that's fine. If best Fire Emblem game is No More Heroes, the character designer of Fire Emblem Awakening before he was on that game. Oh, that's right. They worked on that game too. Yeah, I think he also designs. It's still Fire Emblem, but he also designs the OCs for Fire Emblem Heroes, the mobile game. I really like some of the characters in the mobile game. I have not played Heroes in so long. I uninstalled that ages ago, and I don't regret it one bit. But I do like the OCs in that game. Anyway, I've been putting off this. Let's see. I can't see his face very well. Can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was. Don't worry. Click. Is it advanced? Of course. Did we take off the head? Or did we move the head? Eh? Wait, that's not the guy. No, they look completely different. Or maybe... Actually... Huh. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yes. Oh, it is! Same dude! It's Enoch Drebber! The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him! So he was a victim, or he was involved? Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes!
This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe.
Yes, that's right. Just, who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head?
The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise.
So then the case isn't yet solved, is it?
Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave danger. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations.
Ah! Do you know, though, something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Mrs. Soto. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it?
I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Are we finally gonna know about it? I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Ugh! Oh god! Oh god, that's like one of my biggest fears. Jesus Christ. Oh god. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful! Wait. A hound? Hound of the Baskervilles? And the dog collar? An enormous dog. Ooh. Ooh. Oh dear. Things are starting to connect. Things are starting to connect.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand, accordingly. The professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
Closed court? Is this turning into a Sherlock Holmes story? Maybe. I mean, the thing is, like, since the first game, we've seen a story, like, because Iris writes down all of Sholmes' like exploits as like novels and stories and have them posted on a magazine. And there was one manuscript for a story that Sholmes did not allow to be published, and it was titled The Hound of the Baskervilles. We heard about it first in the first game, but nothing else really came from it, and now it's coming back in this game. Sholmes, can you close your court? Your titties are just out there. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity...
As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging.
Ugh. What about the dog?
He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh!
The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life?
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlight graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events.
There was a witness?
But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat.
Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? Kazuma zombie and all adds up! Is a zombie real? So, this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted? Words, and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
He looks older than 20. It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who had come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to?
Was he grave digging? Grave robbing, perhaps?
The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest level of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever been systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder.
Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated.
So too did talk of the shocking witness accounts of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. Can't read, sorry.
But why did people stop believing it?
I mean, would you? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing had been heard of him since. It's rather striking then. He should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white. And if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie.
This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor.
Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Dispel said, killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know. It looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
Ooh, you can examine it? What can we examine?
I guess the head? So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine? But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost!
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyways, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting board, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it?
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum.
And that would have been an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. Eh? There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. Eh? Looks like a piece of broken glass? Wait a second. No. No, you're not telling me. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than the normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. The Crystal Tower, perhaps? Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean...
Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibit.
Why would the glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket?
It makes you think, doesn't it? Really makes you think. Can we examine it? Earlier in the court, we established that the kinesis machine experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in the waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Let's examine it. We also need to examine the camera. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mrs. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only come from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too.
It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Hey yo, that glass is thick. We know this is from the Crystal Tower. Let's check the camera. Oh look! The cover came open.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
I imagine there's none there. Is something wrong?
There's no plate.
It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Sato-san. He looks devastated. Aw, sorry, Sato. Ah! Hey! Oh, wait a minute.
Well, maybe we're wrong about that. What a wonderful machine! You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh, yes. Anything mechanical, I find absolutely irresistible.
She's a lover of robots as well. Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikutova. Hey, so, is this blood?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right.
It looks like blood, actually.
So maybe this is the exact same camera?
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, that's frightening. That's disturbing. So yeah, that's everything we can get from the camera. Anything else? Nope, I guess that's everything for now on the mannequin. It's a birthmark. Oh, I think we're done here. Ah! Oh shit, it's Gina. What the bleed Nora Auto? What have you gone done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd been, so... Gina! Not so loud in the museum!
Madame Tispels will have you take a position as a waxwick if you're not careful.
I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand. But please, put the gun down! At least she's shooting upwards and not at us.
Sorry, I got scared.
Try being the one on the other end of the barrel.
So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What'd you think? We found it! We found that Dodgy Cove's workshop! What? You found Drepper's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in the drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. Ah, look at her doing the little salute. Yay, Gina! So now we know where Drebber's workshop is, so we get to see Drebber. Oh, sad?
You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still.
What?
I know my place in the exhibit over there.
Depression.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
I want to push him over. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming!
Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be...
Forget that! I'll pay for everything! There's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow! I shall hail a carriage at once! He pooped his pants. Wow, he got excited.
No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Right, let's go! Ooh, this is exciting! Ooh. Oh. Well, looky here. That looks like... Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine!
Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, say you go here then. Gina! Well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Derby's here who's the miracle worker. Puppy. What's with the face?
I think Gregson is the one that's about to poop his pants. Ugh, I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well,
Thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate.
according to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're open to snoop around here, I'll get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types.
Right.
So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take you less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then. Let's see what we can find in here. Okay, let's get to investigating before we get kicked out. So there's a trophy. That catches the eye. Ah, this appears to be a most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say?
It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. Is Gregson like his Watson? No, Gregson is more like a rival. Gregson is like an official detective for Scotland Yard. And Sholmes is... The best way to describe Sholmes in this setting would be like he's a private eye. He's like his own thing, who occasionally helps out Scotland Yard because he solves the mystery. So while Sholmes likes Gregson, he doesn't think of him like Iris is the Watson. Yeah, Iris is the Watson, or rather her dad was Watson, but he's not around anymore, so now it's Iris. Yeah. Yeah. Gregson is like a rival, I guess is the best way you could say. But he's a good guy.
It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor.
Ah. Fully assuming Sholmes is literally Sherlock. I mean, he is based on the guy. At least in name, anyway. He was called Sherlock Holmes in the original game, but you know, localization.
Would you like a massage?
He does smoke a pipe with his if you take off the DLC costumes, he does have a regular pipe instead of the little Japanese pipe he has currently. Oh yeah, and Sherlock Holmes is open domain. You'd think that, but they still the localizations team still had to change the name because, you know, something in Britain being arse about the name. No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he?
It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside.
I think it's similar to H.P. Lovecraft, where 90% of Lovecraft stories are public domain, but Arkham House still owns just enough to keep it from being just used willy-nilly. Yeah, I think it is Arkham House as well. But yeah, I think that's the case with Sherlock Holmes as well. Ow, my knees.
English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
The science trophy has been entered into the court record. Let's see. Oh, hello! What do we have here? This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose...
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words...
Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebbo was the one pulling the strings behind the scene of the whole scam.
Oh... More pieces are falling into place.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it. From the Crown and the government.
And yet, these two over here.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
Now loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. Aw, she's irritating him!
British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Mrs. Sato. Gina is so cute. I love her. We can't talk to Gregson? Okay, we can't talk to Gregson, it seems. Let's check this thing out.
What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky.
While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Renosuke, please. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported.
So to you, the solution is ever taller towers?
Oh, Ryunosuke, you sweet little man.
This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector. I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you.
Look at their faces! Look at their faces! It's like a dad scolding his teenage son. I'm gonna screenshot these faces. They're so good. That's good. I love that. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Smugson.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Trevor must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh.
Is something wrong, Mr. Sato?
Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it all. What'd you reckon, Toby?
Woof woof. Right! Mind the grease! Whoever's in there, open up! This is Scotland Yard! They ran away. Nice going, Gregson!
Oh my, someone is in there!
Ah, this is rotten, blatant lock! My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute.
Come on, Gregsy.
Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door! Holy shit, he really did do it! There, you may enter at will.
You've confused minutes with seconds, I think.
Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for?
Run, run!
Nothing for what, I suppose. It's an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you'll seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow.
Yes! Get your katana ready, boy!
What? Oh god. Whoa.
Wait, that's...
What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down?
Rats! There ain't no one in here after all!
But there must be!
It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Yeah, you also heard the noises of someone running away, opening a door, and then closing it. Because Gregson made noise, they got away! You fools!
Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door into this room!
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Their skylights are too high. But there's footprints there. What's with that up there? Are they footprints? On the ceiling? Blow me! What do we have here then?
Everyone's looking around.
Looks like someone's trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what?
It's that Professor Hellbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! If we'd had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see that you do not deserve, Mr. Norado.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
Oh, let's go! Let's investigate everything. First, the footprints.
There's no denying it, is there?
They're footprints.
Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there.
Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean?
I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruto.
That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Balloon.
That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon.
I think it's probably saying a lot, but on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop?
Ah.
There's like missing pictures on the wall too, that's weird.
safe.
That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Sherlock, Mr. Sholmes, could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose.
It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruto.
Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose.
I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. Can Mr. Sholmes open it? Almost every piece of furniture is upside down.
Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess.
You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo.
But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se. It's that everything is literally upside down.
But why?
Why? Yeah, what the fuck?
So weird.
Well, now we address the elephant in the room. Mr. Sholmes? Have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this?
Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of fix. Ah!
Mr. Sato, what's the matter?
That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What? Did you say?
Time bomb?
Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. Don't take that as a compliment.
You don't know nothing, do you, Otto?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance.
Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see. So that's it.
What? What is it? Goodness, Mr. Sholmes. Have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. But I am fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Trevor himself.
Oh, but how could you...
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything!
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade.
I love that face.
Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done, Lemon.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato.
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh, it's really? We're doing this now?
Here we go, time to see Mr. Sholmes do a little dance.
It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that...
Indeed, the key item here is gravity. Oh! Wow, this is cool. It would appear that technology has at not succeeded in freeing us from the great pool of the Earth. Well, the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mrs. Otto. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
What? But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. The gravity was reversed.
Gamer. Hi, Bull! Hello!
Actually, I'm gonna be right back because I am very, very thirsty and I need to go get some water. So, 1 second. Please look at Sholmes and Susato thonking. I will be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a quick water. Just give me a moment. I'm back, and I have water, and now I will proceed to drink the water. Ah, that's cute! Oh my god, the little thonking hand looks so cute on the eyes of emote. Oh my god, that looks so cute. Thonking. We are thonking. We are gamers and we are thonking. Oh my. There we go. There we go. Mmm. They look so cute. Oh my gosh. Oh man, Bull, this case has been fucking... This whole chapter has been like super wild so far. But I think we're nearing the end. We are nearing the end of this. At least this part.
Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
The curious case of whatever the fuck this is. Oh my god, there's so much going on. There's so much going on, it's so difficult to explain. Gotta go to bed, but enjoy this whole bit. Okay, thank you for stopping by next time. I hope you have a good sleep. I will be wrapping up soon as well.
A question whose answer would lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is one way into this room. Accepting the skylight, that is.
Ah,
Whoa!
By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
but the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now. Just for fun. Same.
I mean, I can believe that he escaped via the skylight. Just not the way he presented it. Sorry, I was really thirsty. I hadn't drinking water this entire time. Just fuck gravity all the way up. Yeah, man. Gregson is not having it. Oh yeah, Bull, Jada has a puppy! Look at the puppy! His name is Toby! Doggy. Doggle. Pupper. Pubby. Puppy. Perito! Yeah! So cute. Sato.
She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge, at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Thanks, Sholmes.
But your whole deduction hinges on it!
Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Ah, there it is, the famous line! The famous Sherlock Holmes line!
However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Sato lent me once.
Objection!
Oh! Oh, she said it this time.
Sholmes ain't have to do Runoski.
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the spell's broken at last.
The robe you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was. In lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find, do ropes. And as evidence as such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the Great Detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Here we go. Now with us, and our little mousy friend. The bed, the table, and the chairs, the lamp. Everything is upside down. Ceiling falling straight down. Oh, wait, hold on. Was that there before? Wait. Was that there before? I saw something. There's writing on the chair. That wasn't there before.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Ooh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Oh! Well. I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Oh, wait, it's perfectly fine. If everything did fall from the ceiling, this would have shattered.
Ah, look at that!
I know. The slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are still thriving. Somehow, it makes you think the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, Mr. Naruto, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
Bum bum! The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps.
No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me. The gravity in this room was never inverted at all! My deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
But the show must go on. So, let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility.
She looks so confused. I love Sholmes too, he's great. You don't say. I love both Sholmes and Ryunosuke. I love all the characters in this.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite. And naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything...
It's not that, Mr. Sholmes. It's not that.
He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lore of an exciting I'm afraid the lore of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
I feel like Kuni would go up to Mr. Sholmes and just beat him over the head because of all the sci-fi nonsense. It's like, that's not how science works.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself.
I already know. It's over here.
Look, there's something written on the other side of this armchair.
Oh yes. Safe 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly more likely.
I would. Murder mystery whodunit. It was me.
Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Bunk! Shove Sholmes out of the way.
Yes, the reason why everything is here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruto. But you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a box just in case. That's it! 4 people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what pray happened next, Mr. Naruto? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which box I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. And that's it! 4 people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place.
She looks so done with both of them.
I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so
They did! They did! Look at Ryunosuke! My sweet baby boy.
thank you, Mr. Naruto, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario was clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Jabber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe.
Ah. So it's to open the safe. So we have the code. Can we open the safe? Okay, we need to solve this first. Now let's get the... What was Janet's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue is above our heads. How is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? Question da 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 ba 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 ba. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling, that's wrong.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all.
Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Jesus. Let's see. Eh? What the, what, This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem like a real balloon.
Yes, I think you're right.
I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does it seem to ring a bell to me? There are footprints on this balloon too. Look! Oh yes, surely there's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. There's a fucking shoe up here. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there. Look!
Oh, yes! And there are more footprints on the little balloon, too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I have no clue. Is it the shoe?
Take that!
It is the shoe! The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on close inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah!
It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims... Wait, Master Gotts? Oh, right, the little German boy! And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was a second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say...
If we assume the balloon is here as a model of the one used on that day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon is out of reach! Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah! Most probably, Jabber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was a way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope down up to the balloon and then pull it down with us to the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one. Of course, don't we? The crossbow?
Take that!
Maybe the crossbow? Just shoot it down? To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So we just shoot the balloon? So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Bam!
Eh?
Ah! What the? The waxwork for the museum, maybe?
Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock.
So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Just a moment, this is the head of the waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato.
Ah! Of course! A headless waxwork model! The case of the abducted Madame Tispel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tispels will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes. But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tispels and returning it, Sun's Tots, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction are... They're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Huh. But why?
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
Ooh, the music changed. Your sizable account. The architect?
You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible to have escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on our journey we've made together during this disjunction. Now Drebber is right here somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course.
Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... We have to find him now? Where's Waldo? But instead it's where's Enoch Drebber? The wardrobe, maybe? I mean... I feel like that's...
Take that!
No? Really? You're not gonna tell me he's hiding in the fucking safe, is he? If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that.
Yes. You had some experience of that yourself.
a year ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there. Mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruto. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know? You're not gonna tell me he's hiding in the fucking safe. Look at all the mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if someone was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. You're kidding me.
Take that!
Really? The safe? Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination of his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his very search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber, he is not in the safe. There's no way. Is at this very moment inside the safe. No way. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Absolutely not. It's so small! No way! So, Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1432582. I knew that! Alright then. Here goes. What?!
You've found me.
What? 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 What the fuck? Oh, he's moving! Oh, he's moving! Oh my god! Oh, what? Oh, he has a unique theme too. Oh, I like this theme music.
Right then, Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume.
Correct. Oh my god, oh my god, look at his hand! He's like a robot! His schmoob and his schwabich. Look at him! Oh my god, look at him! Look at his hand though! Wait, this is a dude from that one Tumblr post? Is there a Tumblr post with this man? You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrine with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. What the fuck? Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. I like that he's like robotic, so I'm gonna try to give him like a slightly robotic voice. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course. I love his movements to the time bomb I left in
I left it in a most prominent position. Ha, 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 I see. Stunned silence.
Oh my god, I love his movements! Look at him go!
You all gearing up to die with me, then?
No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare! That was far too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance of an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist!
Yeah, I would have pushed it, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh my god, we're still going.
Alright, do we have a profile on this guy now?
Yes, we do. Enoch Drebber, 35, a trickster who seems to be both an engineer and a magician. He constructed a machine for Mr. Harebrain's demonstration. What's with this case and all the goths?
What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You've found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Not gonna lie, I really like his design. He looks really cool, and I like his smile. He looks like a little garbage man. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh! For some reason, I woke in fine fiddle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe, having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Why a time bomb? Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. How would you get out, though? So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely.
But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Oh, well, that answers that question. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
And who do we have to blame for that? fucking Gregson looking at Sholmes.
Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face? Besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth.
I love Gregson's, expression.
I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment and at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I am unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection after all.
That's enough! Oh, hello!
What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you are aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Yes, well...
Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished.
Does she not know that we only found this? The only reason they know to find this place is because of us? We have every right to investigate.
You lot. Leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Oh, they know each other. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You
Get out!
But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all.
Bitter exes. Oh my god.
Mr. Naruto? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I said get out! Now! All of you!
Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Oh, Gregsy.
Understood. And I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. And there was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector.
Yay, Gregson! Yay, Gregson standing up for us! It's so obvious, Golden Retriever Boy and Gothic Woman. It's obvious. Oh god, you're right.
Something's giving you a chuckle, has it, what, Drebber?
So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you?
Eh?
Yes, you did disarm that one.
There's more?
Eh? What are you... That one? You mean...
Kick.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Oh no! Oh no, the peep! Oh no! Ooh.
It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all of its secrets were blown away forever.
Shit! Shit! Shit, dude! Fuck! God damn! What the fuck? That took us 5 hours!
Okay! Wow! That was... Okay! Wow! That was something! What a meaty end, I'll say. Well, that was technically part 2, because now we're entering part 3, which is the trial.
Fuck, dude. Because we did an investigation day already, and then we did a trial day already. So this is the second investigation, and now we're entering the second trial. I really enjoyed that. I'm glad you did. Shit. What I'm concerned about, which hasn't been brought up, there were people there watching over the machine. They're okay, right? I feel like such a big explosion would have... Yeah, they're probably dead. If not by the explosion, the fact that the force of the explosion probably pushed them off the stage and they would have fallen. So if not dead, very seriously injured. So, rip those guys. Shit, dude. What a way to end, like, an investigation day. Okay, so... let me check something really quick. Okay. Actually, no, it's very late. I was thinking maybe to raid somebody, but it's late, so we'll just end it there. Oh boy! Ah, snapping my fingies. Ah. Ooh. Popping the bones of my fingers. Oh my god. Well, that was a case. We learned a lot. But yeah. You know the drill. Wednesday's gonna be art stream. Friday, I'm not sure if I'll stream. We'll see what happens because it is Christmas Eve. Most people will probably be spending it with like their families. I'll keep you posted on my Twitter if I will be streaming on Friday or not. If I do stream on Friday, I'll probably play more Bug Fables. If not, then I'll save it for like Sunday, maybe? I don't know. We'll see what happens. But, yeah. Oh man, Christmas is like 4 days now. Oh my god. Hey. Oh. Oh. No, I found that was really sweet. That made me happy. Oh, thank you. You're too sweet. It's Grimbus. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you everybody for stopping by and watching me just absolutely lose it over everything in this case. We finally found an Enoch Drebber. Holy shit. Yeah, I'll see you next time. Shitting and screaming. Thank you. Thank you. I'll probably be spending it with my mom and maybe my grandparents and my dad if we drive down to Guaynabo. We'll see what happens. I do wanna see them because it's been a really long time since I last saw them. But yeah. But I hope everyone has good holidays. And I will see you all next time. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye. Goodbye.